Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked. Let's sweat to the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong.
Sorry, gamers, we're kind of already in game. I had to go get the dog from the garden, so that's why the intro tune kind of went longer than I was planning. But welcome in, welcome in. I promise I'm a professional, don't worry about it. Ezra, good to see you. Congratulations on getting first. How are you? I hope you had an amazing weekend. And Jaro Daily Dogger Treat, thank you for the 10. Good afternoon indeed. Avian, thank you for the daily. And the 44 treats total. Thank you so much. How's everyone? I'm feeling a lot better than yesterday. Exhaustion was real. After all of the tourney plays. From the weekend. So I'm glad I was able to get some rest, and we're back at it because it is, after all, anniversary. And we have 3 100s to grind. Hi Vitor, good to see you again. Missed you, missed chat. Hope live treating you well. It really is, it really is. Good to see you as well. I was at TwitchCon EU, right? In the end, last week of May. Ah, for fuck's sake. So that took up a lot of my time. I don't make this before second, I'm gonna be honest. And then I went on to Montreal to be with family. Oh, this game is a fucking throw. Bro, I got countered so hard trying to take a hit for this guy. I still have fixated. Poison or no poison. So... Oh my god, Avian, you almost confused them with your stretch marks as well. Yeah, so I've been away, and we kinda got back to into things last week. So we're back. I'm glad to hear. Well, I hope life treating you well, Vitor. And for me, you know, I'm happy to be back. And it's good to see you again. How is England? We did a trip to Wales yesterday, met up with other streamers and did an escape room. Oh my god, Azrai, that sounds like so much fun. How much longer are you in the UK for? I'm definitely next. So yeah, I'm doing great. I had an amazing weekend. It's bloody hot here. Yeah, it's really warm everywhere in Europe right now, Azrai. Temperature-wise, I mean, weather-wise, I guess in some ways it's good to have nice weather when you're traveling, right? But yeah, it's been insanely warm, and yeah, most of our countries we don't have like air conditioning and stuff. Oh my god. Damn. Bro, I almost made it to this pallet. I wore off the poison and everything. This guy is a lot of fun to go against. Just over another week. It cooled off yesterday. Yeah, here as well. It's really a lot more comfortable now. Yeah, our countries aren't really prepared for such warm weather. But I'm glad to hear that you're having so much fun. I'm glad your trip is working out and you have another week to go. That's wonderful. Yeah, I have a medkit, bro, but like he's not. There's no healing. He's looking for me, little bitch. Oh my god. I don't even make it. Oh, I make it here. Yeah. Nice tricks. It's really too bad that he's playing like a dickhead, because I could have respected a flick like that if he'd been a nicer person, you know? W Avian. Ah, fuck my life. Hi, Fowler. Welcome in. How are you? So, what is the event on DVD? I haven't been online much past week. No, I understand. So the event is a banquet. It's called the Black Banquet, and there's you see the little tray over there. You kind of get food from there. It's big, gruesome stuff, but it gives nice buffs all around. So you can either eat it as you're walking. Or you can put it on a table. There's 2 tables in each map, and it always grants you an effect, right? So whether you eat it, if you eat it, you get like invisibility, or you get a speed boost. And when you put it on a table, you can put 4 plates on a table in total. And when you finish doing the 4, I think the survivors get a health state. So I've put 1 there. It takes 3 more plates. It can hold 3 more plates. And I think if we got all 3... all 4, you get a health state. So, the killer doesn't have a lot going on for them in this mode. They have poison, which slows you down. Hi, Lazy. Welcome in. And there's a mode with like no! Jill, you'll have to teach me how to do this vaulting thing. Because I don't know why I couldn't vault it back. I'm supposed to be able to vault it back. I got pushed to the side. I don't know why that happened, because I was vaulting back over it. Yeah, school. You've had your fun. Let's fucking play. Keeping me in the game so you can dominate me again. You're a very impressive gamer. Now we know. Oh my god. Lazy, welcome in. How's your weekend been? Good to see you again. So this is the poison. So you can see the little stamina bar at the bottom. If you run out of stamina, you basically come to a halt. There's no more running from the killer. And that's why I've been unfixated. Because you can walk it off, basically. Not good. Been very hot day, very hot weekend. Yeah, is it not cooling down your end? It's been finally cooling down here in the Netherlands, Lazy. Yesterday was already a lot cooler, and today is definitely a lot more comfortable. So yeah, I can imagine the temperatures over your end as well. It was cool. I got hotter instead. I think... Oh, that's so unlucky. I think... Yeah, the rest of the week here in the Netherlands should be alright. It will be cooler the next days. Well, hang in there. Can you get some gaming done? Did you get some more cakes on Felix? Hi Jess, welcome in. How are you? How's your Monday? GG. Fun game. Oh my god, 20 kilos in total. That's massive. That's really, really, really impressive, Jess. I know that you are super proud of yourself, as you should be. I'm proud of you, either way. That's an amazing result. That's very impressive, Jess. Keep up the good work. You are wonderful. I also might go running today, but not can. Yeah, it's still warm your end, right, Jess? Yeah, be sure to look after yourself. But you can definitely go for a run. My husband went for a run. You didn't touch the 2 days. It's very hot. Just play Minecraft and Mecha Chameleon. Nice. Are you having fun? Did you play with Mikey? I saw that she was playing Mecha Chameleon. You have 200k before you stopped? Okay, okay. Not wonderful. That's a great, great progress. Great result. Okay, 22. That is not too bad. I just usually take your dog, and it'll be too hot for her. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm dog sitting now, right? And even though it's been a lot cooler, he's already struggling. He's already struggling just walking in this weather. So we're taking short walks. It's better. And he just likes to lie in the garden, in the shade, or he stays in the house. Yesterday I found him in the garage. I know he knows that it's more cool. It's more cool there. It's so funny, right? How they figure out these things. Yeah, he's a clever boy. That's a Nemi. How many plates? 1. W. Yeah, my cough seems fairly bad at the minute. My husband said that he's finally feeling better, so I'm hoping that within the next 3 or 4 days it's actually gonna get better, because today has been a lot of coughing still. I'll try to mute myself when I have to cough. It doesn't seem to help that when I'm talking a lot for stream. Fuck, I was gonna give him a health stick. Don't do it! She knows. It already has 3 plates. And we have no health state to heal. Hi, Midori! Good to see you again. How have you been, gamer? Long time no see. Yeah, I'm definitely, apart from the cough. No one's on gens. Did the Kate go for a save, or what's happening? Well, they gave her a health state. Yeah, I think Kate's going for the save. Other than that, feeling really good. I'm definitely feeling a lot better than yesterday after all the tournaments. It takes a lot out of me to play so focused for so long. I played 8 tourney games in total over the weekend in 25 hours time. I'm super proud of the results. Winning Shelly's tourney on a Saturday night was definitely definitely a highlight, but playing Elf's Slugfest both Saturday and Sunday was also an amazing experience. I was sending a message to Slay this morning how grateful I am that she chose me for the to be on the team. And I'm hoping to play with her more in the future. Oh. Okay. W gaming. Nice hit. It has been a little bit disappointing. I found out you get 7 times less cakes than you got on the 9th anniversary. I mean, my data, I don't know what the exact number is, but my data for survivors is I used to get 30 on average, and now I'm getting 19 on average. I don't think that's a 7-time difference, but getting 10 cakes less per blood per full prestige, I think is a massive difference, and for me it's very disappointing. But we'll make do. Mina, thank you for the lurk. I don't think you should be here. You're good, you're fine up the grinder fan. How are you doing and how are you enjoying this game mode? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright, thank you. I'm enjoying this, but that's because I'm I know I'm a serious gamer, but I can set aside the fact that the killer has powers they can use to their advantage to get an easy down. Like this poison situation. It is what it is, right? Just let it go. And enjoy. That's what I'm doing anyway. I'm liking the event. I think my biggest annoyance, if you will, is the cake spawn. But other than that, I am enjoying the event, actually. I think it's quite fun. I like the concept. How about you? They nerfed me? What do you think, only? They know you're P100, so they made it grindier? Maybe only. Maybe they're onto me. Maybe they're onto me. How are you, Only? How was your weekend? Hi, Handel. Welcome in. Ayo, MP, how are you doing today? I'm doing great. Thank you. I'm feeling a lot better. I was extremely tired and exhausted yesterday from all the tournament games. But I'm absolutely super proud of the opportunity that nice, good save. The opportunities that I have been given to play these events. Oh, that zombie. That is so unlucky. And super proud of everything that I was able to do. So it's going well. Thank you guys. It's weird because it's a 10th anniversary. Should be a special one. I mean, it is a special one, Minurik. I think. If you ask me, doing a completely new event from scratch for the 10, it kind of feels special. I just think they're trying to... They're trying to solve a situation which they don't like, which is people stacking up on Bloodpoint offerings. Which is what makes people angry, because they love stacking up on Bloodpoint offerings, you know? So, yeah, it's just a little bit of a mismatch, but I think the event itself is quite special, even though it's heavily survivor-sided, right? Somebody did data calculation of different survivor killer and how they got it, even saw the Google Doc. Oh, I bet. I'm just saying. From my perspective, it's 10, average 10 less per full Blood Web Prestige compared to previous years. The event is not heavily survivor favored. Yeah, it is only. It's very heavily survivor favored. Survivors have OP stuff as well. Yes, the invisibility, the invincibility. Is it balanced? I didn't play much. It's not balanced only. It's not. I just like to play a little bit different things. I like to distract myself from the never-ending gen grind, because I can do other stuff in game, and it's less about being efficient on gens because of all the distractions, and I like those type of events, right? Already wearing the clothes to support the Dutch against Morocco? No, I've not. It's gonna be a late night, that game, right? I think it was a 1 AM game. Yeah, I'm definitely not staying up for that, but I hope it will be a good game nonetheless. I just hope they don't try to add a perk with a stamina depletion or a poison mechanic. Hi, Lord Raiden, welcome in, how are you? I assume you already finished streaming. I hope you had a good one, and I appreciate you coming to say hi. Yeah, the stamina one, it's a nice addition, but yeah, I agree with you. I also wouldn't be looking forward to getting something like that added to the game, because it's actually quite frustrating to have to deal with it, if you ask me. Special event, and it's super survivor sided, yes. Glad to hear you're doing better. Thank you, Handel. Currently just chilling, grinding BP on killer. Let's go. That's what the event's for. I mean, whether you play regular or the event itself, right? Just in general, this period of time is really good for grinding. It might be due to that farming server. There's a guy who P100 every survivor and killed before Jason released. Yeah, there's several, right? We know our good friend, Black Widow, has all of his survivors P100. And they've done it mostly through farming, and they are allowed to make these decisions, right? I prefer to go about it differently. Bro, if you had healed instead of crawled, I would be picking you up with Wiglif right now. But because you're crawling like a fucking idiot into nothing, mind you, because what are you crawling for? I don't get an opportunity to pick you up. Fuck my life. This random is gonna kill me. Why do I stay around to save the dumb, guys? Tell me. Why do I stay around to save the dumb and the ignorant and the stupid? Why? Dumb. I shouldn't be doing that. It still feels like they took the Masquerade and repainted it. I can imagine that, Lazy. I think it's different, but it's definitely similar. That's the whole point of it. Also, the maps aren't decorated that much. I like it. It's okay. Everyone is entitled to their own view on this. I personally like it. Morocco might win. They're strong, especially against the Dutch only. I think they have a very good chance of winning, especially because it's the Netherlands, right? There's a lot of history here, and they are most likely to put up a very big fight to try and win that soccer game. You love Morocco? That's nice. I mean, I am wearing orange. You're right. You're right. It is. That's true. Lord Raiden, let me give you a shout out. Hold on. Gamers, if you don't follow Raiden yet, please go check her out. Check them out. Sorry, I didn't mean to assume. Playing DBD. This is where you can find them. I'm gonna keep this and try again. She, yes, alright. Let me catch up. Devs are kind of out of touch on how much BP people need. 43 million needed for survivors, plus over 300 perks. Yeah, that's true. It is a lot for new players, especially, right? Hi, Kat. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. You kept awake until 5 to see your country play Belgium. Oh my god, that's very strong of you, though, Minorik. I can respect it. I think they nerfed the cake in the blood web due to us eating it all in the game. Maybe only. The counters are fixated and Champion of Light. Yes, I'm on fixated, and I learned about Champion of Light this morning as well. I don't really understand why the devs hating giving cakes, but it's not like there's an economy in the game. Yeah, it had to do with stacking up of items, and I don't know. They still haven't fixed the issue where special props can spawn one grouped area in Game of Saloon where at 5 pickup table, yeah, near each other. We had the exact, didn't we have the exact same problem, Lazy, in the Blood Moon event, where all of the pumps spawned together, whereas if the gen was, like the blood gen was further away, you had to go across the map. I think I also put fixated on back then to try and get the blood cans to the gens without spilling. Yo, oh, you were chilling tonight? Episode, I missed some Game of Thrones. Nice, I hope it was fun. The only good thing about the map is Lairs, Hawkins, Midris, and Drone map are disabled in the event. Oh, are they actually? I don't think I realized that. But that's very good for us. What is this, Freddy? No. Oh, Wesker, we already started with infection. Oh my god, he's here. Hold on, guys. It's a Wesker for me. How's my hair? What I heard is they removed the event bonus point to earn extra BP. Like if you usually have all previous anniversary or the BP booster, which is extra dumb. Yeah, they're doing something. It's something to do with the points. Handel, thank you for the daily doggo treats. Enjoy. Thank you for the 5. How many months ago was that? That was March, April, gamer. April, March, April. I saw a bunch of people with, holy hell, Champion of Light to get the blood, to get the blood pumps. Yeah, that made sense. I think during the Blood Moon event itself, we played mostly regular games. Yeah, the blood pumps were the same issue. Lazy, actually, this was the same way. But I guess it's not. Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? But oh shit, gamer. You got robbed, guys. You got robbed. And the tunnel. Alright, let me do it again. Like, the anniversary should be the time where you could get original Survivor killers and prestige them. That's when they are discounted. And you can get cake. Only positive thing can I give is the archive. And that's it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you're not having a good time on the event. I wonder if... I mean, like, again, I'm enjoying this. I just like different event modes just to take your mind off the normal grind and shit. I was... Oh. Well, fuck me, I guess. I was wondering if maybe with all the attention going into the actual anniversary event, right? The Montreal IRL. That's, you know, some things just... There wasn't time to do stuff in the game for. If they gave us an option to turn in useless items for BP, then maybe we would not hoard things. Yeah, I think a lot of people have been asking about stuff like that, right, Raiden? Oh my god, the fucking tunnel. At 5 gens, no shame. No shame. I'm sorry, Avian. Holy hell. Insane fucking Wesker. Thank you for games, Avian. I'll catch you later. You're not interested in the event modes if the team isn't interacting with it? Yeah, I can understand that. There's no point to play like normal, right? When you're on the event modes. I mean, I can switch to regular if you want to host lobby on UK servers. But whatever you want, gamer. It's all good. They fire their senior animator and others. Yeah, I remember the... Yeah, I mean, it definitely sucks. I've been on the receiving end of that before. A lot of things companies do for you know, money. I know these people want probably out, but I'm kinda just... he's holding shift too. Alright, I guess we go. Because then we get the heart tunnel and the benefit, not the benefits, yeah. I'm striking. All good, cheers? Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of that, and it's always rough and it's always frustrating when a company, a commercial company, makes a decision to let people go, right? All for money, for making a bigger profit. I hope at the end of the day, Blake, thank you for the dance, welcome in. I hope at the end of the day, it's gonna benefit the game in the long term, and that investments that are being made will be put into the game, you know, to grow it more. Granny, enjoy your daily dog treat. Thank you for the 49. Hello, hello, welcome in. Dahlia, congratulations on getting second. You got second even though I'm way late. Nobody redeemed it, gamer. Well done. Dahlia, enjoy your daily dog treat. Thank you for the 67. 67. Late, thank you for the 83. Drink your coffee. I have a lemonade. Is that okay? What about you, Granny? Do you have your first coffee yet? Can't stay. Alright. See you later, Lake.
Attention alien army.
Oh my god,
A raid
Emmy!
incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, gamers. So good to see you. Emmy, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Hi, cutie. Welcome in.
EMMPer rated your
Emmy
channel with
raid. Hi,
24
Letya.
viewers.
Guys, welcome in. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. We love winning tournaments. I know. Hope you're having a lovely day so far. I am. Thank you so much, Emmy. Gamers, if you don't follow Emmy or
Cutie
Letya,
Ellis
for
followed
that
your
matter,
channel.
please go check them out. I had the opportunity to play Elf's Slug Tournament over the weekend, which was an absolutely insane, amazing experience. Lots to learn still for me, but we're always on that grind, right? We're always keen to learn more and see how we can grow in the game. Gamers, if you came in with the raid and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I love playing Dead by Daylight. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting and dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. You did so good. Oh my god. Letya, you're being too nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It was really cool. Is he leaving? Where am I taking hits? He's out of power. GG, no hits. No frenzy. Works for me. Horses are cool. I know. I love working at the stables. They're also cute, especially we have a lot of what am I doing? We have a lot of tiny horses now. Like the nice area button. Love to see it. Itch. Fuck off. And they're just absolutely cute. And I'm thinking of maybe one day I can get a tiny horse myself and just like I can like brush them and like it's like a big dog basically because they're just so funny. You don't have to worry about their exercise too much because you can't ride them, you know, because they're so tiny. But yeah, I really enjoy working at the horses. It's learning me a lot. It's teaching me a lot, you know, about life, and it's a very good hobby to have. Yeah, so Emmy, again, thank you for the raid. I understand if you need to raid and run. Please look after yourself after your stream. Do your after stream care. Are we doubling this? I suppose. Everyone else, welcome to hang out here. We're going to be live for a couple more hours. And yeah, for those of you that didn't know, this weekend I played Elf's Slugfest, but with Team Synergy, I also played Shelly's Wipeout, Summer Wipeout Tournament, which we ended up winning. That was late Saturday. So that was really exciting. I'm really proud of the team. And it's really nice to see the response from the community congratulating us and saying you guys played so well. So yeah, I'm really proud of making it. I mean, even making it to the finals was huge, but putting another tournament to our name with the team is just so cool. What is up with Mending Simulator? You getting a lot of legions, Granny? Your daily walking route goes past a bunch of farms with horses and they're so majestic to look at. Yeah. I really like horses too. Shetlanders, yes, Dahlia. Shetlanders. I don't know what it's like called in English. They're tiny horses. Yeah, the legions seem to be back. Lazy saying what I want DBD to do is slow down with collab chapters and events. Just fix DBD, not make it fancy and like that, but listen to the community. Don't think that they did good by thinking that huge player amount is good success and remove those 110 bugs, please. I think they are looking to make time to solve certain things, and I think they are getting better at solving stuff. But yeah. Oh my god, it's It's that perk where they kick a gen and they get super speedy when it gets done. Hold on, let me run. Hey, can I make this? Yes. Awesome. We're camping this, right? I'm gonna go save. I'm gonna go save. No! 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 I'll take it down. I don't care. Wait, do we still have invincible pellets? Well, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna be honest. Aw, poor girl. You're on your way home after matching day. Matching day? What's a matching day? These things happen. You got coffee, Granny? I'm glad. I'm glad. Survivor is really fun in the event. Killer, like you're getting whipped and dragged in front of thousands. Yeah. It's heavily Survivor sided, right? I want to show you guys something. Yesterday, during the like, I try to like do stuff, right, to help during the event. Look what I made before. Hold on. He doesn't see me. Okay, he saw me. Fuck my life. I'm gonna show you something. Let's see if I can put it on the screen. Yes. Look what I made, guys, to help myself yesterday with the games. I made a little map so I could do the clock callouts. With the staircases. So every time we load it in, I had to quickly put in the staircases on the side that they were on. Damn! That's not gonna be in my advantage. Damn, do I make it to this? I do. I'm gonna walk off this poison. I have no issue. I almost have it! I almost have it! Damn! Oh, sorry guys, you weren't seeing that. But yeah, that's what I made. Matching is in to see if you're a good fit. Ah, sphere pooper. I can't think of an English word. Okay. Are you changing? Are you not continuing with the... What was it? Dover Talk? The education that you were doing? Oh my god. Rough games today, I'm gonna be honest. Is it me? Am I the issue? We're almost at 5 mil again. Oh my god, we may have enough to get Meg P100, guys. Should we just put it in? Do we just get Meg P100s? Almost! Yeah, we just go for it, right? That's gonna be the first one. There's no way. I didn't think we would already get it today. 76 cakes and one. I'm taking this. Don't mind me. No! Okay, it was only $2. Okay, we play Meg. Change. Let's finish this P100s. What should my build be for this? So I was on fixated. Oh, I already have it on. No, that was the whole thing. I don't need a medkit for the event. Because everybody's healing with the cakes. I want to try this again. Oh, 5 moves and Wiglif. Oh, you quit sign language in November. Okay, yeah, I remember you weren't actively doing that, but I thought maybe you were gonna go back to it. Because I was absolutely not doing okay, and it was way too chaotic and unstructured. Your nan passing away was the final straw that broke Camel's back. Yeah, I remember we spoke about this. I just didn't realize you stopped with the that type, the path of education that you were on specifically. You're doing speech therapist. Ah, ja, logopedie. Yes, you mentioned this as well. I didn't know that was the kennismakingsdag for that now. And you can do minor time. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm glad that you're looking onto new things, though, gamer. That's great. It's always good to, you know, especially coming off the path that you were on, that you're keeping going. We're now to look at education. I'm still a little nervous.
Shout out to
because
Lethea.
I'm not as excited and certain about this one as the previous one. You know, it could surprise you, Dahlia. Sometimes certainty is not everything. And what about the opportunity, like the chance to learn something you never could have expected to learn? That could be super valuable, honestly. Don't stress. Oh my god, I should have paid better attention at the tourney yesterday, guys. Camloso's team won the Slugfest, and I think they played a Billy set on this map at the main building. If I'd paid better attention, I would know where to take chase there. Maybe we try later. You're gonna do it and learn, have fun learning. That's it. That's great, Dahlia. That's the attitude. Wonderful. What a great idea. It will also help me with singing, so I'm certainly not complaining. Okay, good. Good. What do you mean, help you with singing? Is that because you will be easily able to combine it? Are you also gonna do that where you live now, in the city? You don't have to give your location, but you and I know where you are at. Or is it closer to your parents? It's all about using your voice correctly and helping people with a bunch. Okay, okay, so it's for you personally. Okay, that's cool. Development. Same city as your apartment? Okay, yeah. Okay, convenient. Perfect. Well, I'm glad you're going on this adventure. We'll see how it works out, right? I have to find this table. I wonder if Jane went back to the Penty. She did. That's good stuff. Is it me or that like the table's hard to find? Does it give me... Oh, it's ruined. Does it give me the location of the table if I do this? Yes, it does. Holy shit, it's all the way over there. Currently, I have the NS Flex, the thing where I can take the train. Yeah. For free, even. Nice. Yeah, our train provider generally has some really really nice, you know, contracts, stuff like that. Okay, so it's Hive Mind and Fenty. Why are we running Jason's build on Billy? I will outlast this poison gamer, you don't worry about it. Damn, I almost outran it. It does. And also the tables always glow. Yeah, but like you could see now, one was in main and one was all the way over at 7. Over there by the pipes. I was never going to be able to see that glow. And also I think it differs per maps, right? Because we had a different map earlier where it was a lot darker. It's easier to see there. Like the Autohaven maps and stuff. €50. Nice. I want to rebuild that pallet. Oh my god. Can he break this with his chainsaw if I drop this? I guess not. I don't know. Nice, good job. Maps really matter in terms of visibility, yeah. let me fuck off real quick. Hello, lady. Oh, you're gonna make some tacos? What's your version of tacos? I know you have some intolerances. Dane has been on these totems. Do we think they're going for a save? No, they were committing their gen. Maybe I should go for a save. Where is he? I don't make this. Yes, I make this. I don't make this. Why wouldn't the ace take a BT hit for me? That's so unlucky. I should have started running sooner. I think I could have made it. Beans, corn, tomato, bell pepper, salsa, confection, and lettuce. Perfect. And you just have the normal tacos then? Like the crispy taco shells? Now that's making me hungry. That sounds delicious. Oh, they have gluten-free soft shell. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Enjoy. My mom always says beans with the packaged things. She said beans with the packaged things? That's funny. That's funny. He needs to stop doing that. timing on this. Wait, that was a fragile pallet? Are you kidding me? I thought it was a normal pallet. I'm so confused. Health states. Oh shit, W health states. He flopped it, hold on. I'm panicking, I'm panicking, I'm panicking, I'm panicking. Aha! Yay! I win. My team saved my ass though, by completing the tables. Twice, mind you. Bonenpret met pannenkoeken. It doesn't sound as tasty as it is though, I'm gonna be honest. It became a fragile pallet after the timer runs out. Oh. Yeah, it has to be something like that. Okay, is there any way that you can recognize between it being a normal pallet or a fragile pallet? Fuck. Well, time to loot the building. Shit. There, walked off the poison. No problem. Oh, that was really good. That was impressive. They already were charging their chainsaw as they jumped down. GG's. Unlucky. I think I should have gone for the stairs. Even though I went... Oh. Even though I went for the stairs the first time. I thought I'd go for the pallet now. It was not to be. I don't mind a hillbilly game. I generally find it enjoyable. Alright, let's see where we're at with points. Also, I'm gonna have to run a quick ad break. We're gonna do it now before we go into the next game. So you don't have to miss anything, please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. Okay, so we just manually spend this. I don't think we have enough yet. Kind of trying to get the blood web to take out some of the branches, so I don't have as much. There we go. Work to do. We almost have enough. One more game, and then we'll get the first of the 4 P100s that we're planning for this anniversary. Hell yeah. One more game. I've got cakes on, right? Yeah. So I can already tell you the difference. Yeah, last year I had 3 characters at P80 that I did P100 during the event. And they had well over 400 cakes. And Megan only has 340 when she gets P100 from 80. So it's definitely a big difference. I should have used this. I don't know how to... I don't kind of know... Maybe I don't know how this works. I run something else. What could be useful? Ah, Counterforce. Let's go. So many totem builds. I'm taking off Wiglif. Maybe Resi? Try something. One more cakes? Yeah, I know, me too. You haven't been playing any killer, so our block points are currently going into the arena. Nice! That sounds like a good plan. Hey yo, Ryan, welcome in. Working so I can hear you, but I want to see that juicing. Oh, that's so nice. Jason, okay. Get your invisibility, gamer. Somebody brought up, I think it's a plant. Alright, there we go. There's the first one. I'm on that counter force now. Even with Thrill, it's still gonna take long, but I'm gonna jump on these. Who cares? I'm gonna take them all out. Days, welcome in, enjoy Daily Dogger Treat. Thank you for the 71. How was your weekend? Well, fuck me. We don't talk about the weekend. Okay, we don't talk about the weekend. I was gonna talk about your air conditioning though, because I'm thinking about getting air conditioning for mine with this heat. How was yours? Really good. Crazy and insane because of 2 tournaments. You know, obviously with, well, that's very unlucky. I was supposed to take part in Shelly's summer wipeout tournament. That was all planned. I was playing with Synergy, you know, my regular team with Jesus, Loftus, Jill, and Cool. And then I got last minute invited to the Slugfest, right? So I made time for that, obviously, because it was such a cool thing to be doing. But yeah, exhausting, but super, super cool. Like, lots of cool DVD things. Mine was great for the most part until our rear ended someone. Oh shit, weekend was bad? AC's amazing though, it really makes this heat bearable. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, we tried. I was in Mending. That Hell State gave me out of Mending. Oh my god, it got him up though. Wow. So what happened, Days? Are you okay? Is your car gonna be okay? It's just gonna be an insurance thing, right? That Quan is playing super aggressive. Let me use my toolbox. Oh. Hell State again. Nah, these gamers are on top of this game. Everyone's fine. It was a roundabout. I didn't see a cyclist properly and a car in front brake. Oh, and I didn't sign nothing major. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, it's always a bit stressful experience to go through something like that, right? I hope everybody was chill about it. I'm glad to hear that everyone is fine, but yeah, I understand you're upset from that. Paint scratch, okay. Can I put... Do you think I should try this again? It's not blood favor. Bumpers cracked, headlights, glass smashed. Okay, you can fix yours. Yeah, good. The person took the details and was gonna see what their garage said and might avoid insurance. Yeah. It's an option, right? Let's get the estimate first. And you take it from there? Yeah, shit happens. Real. Mistakes happen. I just beat myself up about it. Yeah, I understand that. I'm really saying you really shouldn't have to. It looks like I got thrill with that. Because it was very easy to get rid of that totem. These guys, they're on top of these tables. But they're also doing gens. What a correct crew. Mental health, yeah, I understand. I'm sure we'll be fine in the end. Just some financial loss, yes. That's it. Outside of that though, you got to spend time with Timbo. We booked a trip away. It's a birthday gift, yay! Oh, and our Tessel. Pretty nice in August. Oh my god, that's gonna be so much fun. And August should still be like wonderful weather, generally. That's gonna be such a good time. Good stuff all around then. They did it again. They did the Hell State again. Let me get rid of this Penti. Because I have fast totems. I'm gonna take mine just to the other table. This table's on fire. What does that mean? I can't put anything on it. Did he come back to check this gen? I wonder. He didn't. Oh, Ashley's finishing it. Oh shit. That hits. Well, I'm cooked now. He doesn't want me. Works for me. And Ashley can finish the gen. And the guy's got another table lined up for a hell state. Insanity. I wonder what you get out of playing this as killer. Especially against a team like this that's on top of their tables. Because you're literally in chase with someone and they're constantly getting healed and there's nothing you can do about it. I do wonder. The Adam's getting tunneled out. I wonder if the guys can go and take hits. Nice. I should. Crazy. Crazy stuff. His first hook. We have 2 gens with hella progress there too. I think he's just going between these 2 tables, him. If someone goes for the unhook, I could put it on the table. They're healed again. Yeah, this is a little bit crazy. Oh, it's on fire. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit crazy. Your friend at work has a neighbor that does body work, so if I want to get a new bumper, they can color it on a lower rate. Okay, that's nice. It's good to have contacts like that, right? Use your network. Why is he not here? We're going 10th August for 3 nights. Should be fun. Nah, that's gonna be fun. Tesso is nice. There's so much to do. It's a good time. I didn't mean to do that. I bet he's going to the other gen. He's here! Beautiful. I don't know where they went. Here. Fuck me. Okay, so the doors are there. Oh my god, he got his friend. He could totally snipe me here. Oh. He has deli or something, right? Surely. I hope so. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I couldn't think of anything, so I said maybe a night away in the city. I haven't been to before, because to explore and experience. See, that picked 4 different Airbnbs and picked up 3 nights instead of the one I asked for. That's cool, though. I took off Wiglif, and I think I'm gonna die. He says no. Does he have deli? Ashley, wake up! Unlucky shoulder, no clean break. He Kobe's though, hold on. He deserves it. Come on, Kobe. Damn. Unlucky. Cool hex build. But not blood favor. No add-ons. Let's get P100 Mag Gamers, shall we? That's the first one. There we go, guys. The first of 4, hopefully 4 P100s that we're popping. Beautiful. Excellent. Hey, Vico, congrats on P100. Thank you, Ash. You guys played so well together. Were you a crew? How many heals did you pull off altogether, gamer? Because you were on those cakes. That was impressive stuff. That was some impressive gaming. You were solo exclusively. Wow, that's impressive. You know your shit, gamer. Like you game very well. I think that was a really good team. Like, I thought that you were 3-stack. The way that you were on top of those heals with the cakes. That's W value. It made me wonder why people play Killer on the event in the first place. With the amount of heals that you guys pulled off. GG's. Nah, well played. Yeah, you're pretty cracked. I appreciate you coming to say hi. And yeah, thanks for congratulating me. I needed one more game. to get Mech P100. So here we are. Crazy amount of P100s. I know. I have to update everything. Where's my command? Here we go. 19 survivors. All good, Hex. All good. I'm in no rush. We will get you in, but you will be on an A, if that's okay. Of course, we'll play 2 matches with every group and rotate someone if there's people want to join. So you get to come with us. Now for the first 2 matches. That's wonderful. That's all I would ask for a gamer. I appreciate that. Playing 2 games together sounds great. Can I join now, or is it am I too soon? Just need to go find. Okay. All good. All good. This gives me a chance to put some stuff on Twitter. I'm just waiting to join a lobby, gamers. we'll play some words. While we wait. Alright, we're playing 2 games with Hex and Spooky Queen. Hey pretty, welcome in, how are you? Enjoy the daily dog treat, thank you for the 81. How was your weekend? How are you surviving the heat? Did you guys have to close this school for a day as well? Or no? Was it open the whole week? I was talking to one of my husband's friends when we had a barbecue over on Friday. And they said, yeah, we've closed the school for a day. The kids, they're not coming in. You're good? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
SP000 Key Queen followed your channel.
Thank you for the follow, Spooky. I'm looking forward to gaming with you. Okay, I can play Meg. It's allowed. My build is so cooked. It's fine. Let's get into some games. Hi, Jill. Welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? Enjoy your daily dog treat. Thank you for the 79. That's insane. You couldn't sleep that well because of the heat still? Yeah, I slept a little bit better, I think. Oh, another Legion. What do you know? I'm gonna have to be mindful that I'm on ping. Because we're gonna get some insane hits. But if we get on these tables with the heals against Legion, could be interesting. I'm gonna be honest. Playing Legion on the event is stretch, no? Definitely better than before, yeah. Well, hopefully on to another good night then, Jill, because it's still cooling down. I went to the horses this morning wearing my t-shirt and shorts, and I was a little chilly. And I was like, oh, good stuff. Can I heal him? Did they finish this table or not? Legion can throw the poison. Oh yes, cancel power, GG. Okay. Now that's a big advantage then. Let me heal him. There we go. I think they got clocked at the exact same tile in Chase with Hex earlier. That's crazy. They're not gonna get me. Okay. Interesting. Zoning killers are strong here because you zone someone and you slow them down with the poison. Yeah, okay. So I guess most people get fucked over like that. That makes sense. I had a Legion that did it yesterday. It was very frustrating to play that game because there was really no way around it. It's Spooky's gen if it's... Oh, they're on the Calm Spirit. It was not Pain Res. I don't make this. I'm sick. I'm going in the corner again. Can they... They kicked the gen. And he's out of power, okay. Aye, that's ping. That's so unlucky. Hi, Brooke. Good morning. Oh, well, good afternoon. I don't know why I said good morning. Could be morning for you if you just get up, but I don't mean to judge. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat, Gamer. Thank you for the 3. It's boring gameplay, yes. To be honest, as Survivor main, I feel like killers should have some fun. Yeah, 100%. Weaker killers especially. I thought you said Wesker killers especially, and I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean? I'm not a good time against the Wesker? I think I am. Take the hits. Take the hits. Take the hits. They don't know about hits. They don't know. Good afternoon. And yes, just welcome. Okay, so it was okay to say good morning, basically, technically. Yeah, you should have seen last game, Jill. I was with these cracked gamers. I thought they were a crew, but the Ash came in the chat. So I asked him about it. He said, "No, I'm solo queue." We must have healed at least 7 times in Chase. Like, those guys were all over the tables. I was like, why would you ever play killer on this event? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much.
Yoda Kickass followed your channel.
I hope you're having a great day. He doesn't see me, right? Man, Wiglif would have 8. They got him up. Okay. Days alright. While left arm aches. But I'll live. Yes, I'm sure you will. Did you do anything? Any exercise? The whole of your left arm. Maybe slept funny? I'm no doctor, but... Anyway, I'm sorry to hear that your arm hurts. Will you be able to play some DBD-to? Are you planning to do some gaming? Regardless of the arm injury? Stretching it. Good idea. Nice medium. Keeping heat. Okay. Sounds like a good start. Did you end up playing some more games last night, Brooke? I feel like we had some good games yesterday. You played some? You fell asleep at like 9 p.m. and woke up 3:30. Okay. Okay. I have to say, sleep schedule-wise though, Brooke, that's better than staying up all night and going to bed at like 11 a.m. But that's me. Bro, I forget that NA gaming is like the wild fucking west, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Improving on the schedule. I'd say so, Brooke. I'd say so. Hi, Natasha. Thank you so much. I appreciate you hanging out. I hope you're doing well. Happy Monday. I hope you're enjoying the anniversary event where you can, because I know there's a lot of negativity around it, but I appreciate you coming to hang out with us today. Does he... The thing in this event is, if you use a poison route, you will easily win your games. It's killer, but that's the thing. Yes, that is 100% thing. Because I'm seeing killers just randomly throw it at you in the game. Oh, for fuck's sake. And then it's like, what are you doing? You know? Let me, Fuck. I have a feeling that they're running something. Now they're both dead. Is anyone on like conviction or something? I don't know why we're just taking hits and dying. Because like I said, you know I play barely killer and I slam everyone. I don't even need the poison. They can't get a heal up before I even 2 people down. Yeah. I don't know why this Phi person just ran in and died. And then Spooky went in and still died, basically. I don't know what the plan was here. We take the 2 out. We take the 2 out. You got your uppies. What's an uppie? They were perkless. I know what that means. We're gonna move on. You played the event and survivors kept going invisible while I was playing spirits. But I don't think they're new European 100. You just track them, right? You just track them. Yeah, that makes total sense. Maybe we can cook something next game, guys. What do we think? You cannot see your quests through here. That annoys me. People on the Spirit is crazy. I don't know. If you've got it down, Jill, I think it's impressive. Also, gamers, I just got Meg P100s just like 2 games ago. P100s! Megan! Oh my god, your Kaneki is so close now, Jill. You're a pretty good listener? You think, Brooke? You hear colors and you see sound. Nice. You know my spirits in this event P102, right? That's why I said it. Oh, yes. Yes, I do remember, Jill. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you. I have to change my title, my stream title, because we're on 1 of 4. I already submitted it with Slender, too. I wasted no time. P82? Nice. I think I'm only allowed to play one more game with Hex and Spooky. We'll see if I need if I need to rotate out. If anybody wants to come and play, you're welcome to join. We can play event or regular. It's fine by me. Best part, getting called a cheater and people disaying after you 2-tap them. Yeah, people can't handle it. A good spirit. I mean, that's just skill. Like, I don't know why people are crying over it. If it's skill, I have no problem with it. You know? Loftus says it's no skill killer. What? I say you need good listening ears to be good. I think it's skill. Especially people at the pellet, right? How do you know they're gonna drop it at the certain... at the right side? You know? That takes skill. People aren't good with her when survivors have Iron Will, but his good spirit can still crack with Iron Will. Yeah. You play with your friend, you got harmed by Jason for no reason. I was so confused that GG left, and then she sent me a screenshot of the endgame chat. Oh. Jason was saying, report Renato for speed hacks. Were you speed hacking again, Jill? Bro thinks he's slick. He goes around the corner, then speed boost away for hella distance. Oh my god. Hi, Sam. Welcome in. How are you? You had sprint burst vigil. You 99 your sprint burst? Oh my god. It's the continuous arguments that we're having, right? With people. Like, literally, me and Glenny, we were fighting.
Shout out to Saint Sam the Ham.
With this killer that was saying, very nice, hiding your hacks until the end. And we were like, what? How did you escape? We had a key and we left through the hatch. And it's like it's the explaining of the perks that that's what's annoying, right? Cause like you can't be humping people on the floor claiming that they're a hacker if you don't understand even the perks that are like literally in the game. And we find ourselves in these discussions so fucking often. Of course, Sam, no problem. Where people, like, it was the same with Object when it was like Vigil, no, not Vigil, Franklin's Weave, right? Weaveling's Demise. And people are like, wait, how come you can see me? Well, because of Object and because you can see me. That's not fair. You're hacking. You can see me. Like, it's a perk. You got countered, bitch. Hex, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Thank you so much. Hi, Paigey. Toxic Survivor mates, right? Right, she knows. You're good, just working. How are you? I'm good. I'm feeling a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday I was so exhausted after all the tourney stress. But I was super happy that we won Shelly's tournament on the Saturday after a really, really tight final. We had to lock the fuck in, but we did so well. And then playing in Elves Slugfest was a whole nother experience. It was eye-opening, honestly. But yeah, I'm feeling a lot better today. I'm very happy to be streaming again today. You did well during your turn. Is proud of you. Thank you, Paigey. I appreciate your support for everything. It means a lot. And it's you know, it's so nice to know that you've got. Oh, I'm so annoyed that it's a Jason. To have that there's you know, my friends around here that are supporting me through this while I go on this insane journey playing comp. Bro, going for last stand on ping may have been a stretch. I'm gonna be honest. We're happy to see you streaming again. Thank you. I'm really happy to be back. You were watching the tourney. You did wonderful. Thank you. It was very stressful. Problems. Yeah. I survived. Why didn't he grab a spear? I'm so confused. I make this. I am sick. I hesitated because I thought he was gonna shoot me. He didn't shoot me. No, I appreciate you guys for all the support. Is it basement? Hello? What are we doing? Why are we lagging? Having object on when an Oni has the add-on to see your aura when you walk through blood is OP. Yeah, I mean, but it's luck, right? Like, if you're bringing object and you're running into an Oni who has that add-on, like, the coincidence of it should already allow you to use it. After you ate, you don't have poison. Oh, I didn't realize. And if you ate your plate... Oh, yeah, I forgot about the plate again, didn't I? Same discussion as yesterday, Jill. Oh, no, 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 no. GG, no heals, I guess. You don't want to be called a speed hacker. Yes, I'm terrified, Jill. I'm terrified of the endgame chat. Getting WS and then speed hacking. Report them. I'm terrified. My lungs hurt, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I kinda hope I'm not getting an ammonia. A streamer with a Twitch shirt hacking? GG banned? Exactly. Where's this chase? Hey, this gen is almost done. Who's stealing my points? Speaking about Last Stand, did you see your TikTok about the... Yes, I saw that! You were playing, Sable with the red hoodie, no? What in the world was going on there? Oh, the blood... something red. I remember a red outfit on Sable. We have two very shitty... we're 3-gen here. He's back there, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Oh my god! I didn't mean to do that. I haven't even... Nice. I haven't even used my toolbox. Oh, she's skinny! Oh my god. Well, I would have had her with the Last Stand if I was able to get to the pallet. It was not to be. I could have even gone for a Sabo, which I also didn't do. What do I do now? Well, Hex is throwing. Love to see it. Oh my god, the dodge of the century. Early throw, guys. I have to. I ping. He hits this. That sucks. If he would have been closer, I would have had less stand on that. That's pretty cool. If you eat from a card now, you either elusive and oh, it is a speed with the dessert. I get confused because you have the morsel in your hand and then it changes to the dessert. So then I get confused what it is. Where are the gates? Quick! Okay, they're there. Yeah, I know, but I had a morsel in my hand still. I thought, why are we doing this? That are nice. Oh, the cart. Yeah, okay. So if you have... I can't keep track. It's very complicated. He fucked it. We can get this, right? We reset. I'm gonna go for the boon. Alright, are we going in the fucking... Who's healing me? Oh, it's not a healing boon. It vanishes, yeah. So for me, I still keep the plate in my hand when it changes to dessert, so I got confused. Right, I'm here. Who am I banning? Why are we banning people, gamer? Why we came out with the violence? How are you, Loft? Happy Monday, welcome in. We have to go in now. He doesn't have his thing. There we go. She doesn't get it. Oh. That was a tree. Bro hit a tree. He hit a tree, guys. I'll start with Jill. Not me. Yeah, he's the gum under the table. He only had fire up. Let's see what happens with this lobby. I'm gonna run an ad real quick, guys. I may have to dip. If they'll allow me to play another game, I will. But we're gonna run an ad either way. We'll be right back. I appreciate your support for this channel. Please bear with. Okay, we're playing more games. We're just gonna keep going. I'm going back to my medkit. You're alright? So warm though? Still, it's cooled off a lot here in the Netherlands. It's quite more comfortable. I'm good. I'm feeling a lot better than yesterday. Physically recovered from the journeys. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy
That
Monday.
Demi followed your channel.
How goes the game? I've heard this event super survivor sided. Yes, it really is. There's definitely some shit that killers can do, but you need some skill to pull it off. And not everybody can do it, you know? Enjoy Daddy Doggo treats. V, thank you for the 33. You haven't banned Burke yet? What the fuck? I don't ban people. I don't see any reason to. Why are you being difficult? Ad break, but hi. He's trouble, that one. Okay. Oh, hi! Thank you! Welcome in! I appreciate your support for the channel. I'm looking forward to playing some games. You're Spooky's friend, yeah? Loft is out here causing chaos. For real. I would never. I'm wholesome and kind. Okay. Yeah, you ask him who, Brooke. We need answers and we want them quick. You're free. Let's go. We get games in. Ah, it is nice to meet you. And I appreciate you coming to say hi. Catching strays. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can pull off some less tension in this game. I was playing some solo queue earlier and I was feeling lonely and I saw Hex went live. So I joined him, but he was in a collab with Spooky. I was only supposed to play 2 games, but this is the 3rd game. They don't have anybody else joining. So we're just gaming. Also, Loft, I already submitted my P100 Meg with Slender. Because I got her like an hour ago. You just play a solo game and you run Wesker for 3 gens and then 2 of your teammates just give up. Oh, I was so mad, Brooke. It's so hard to find good gamers in this game. Like, at least game in a way that makes sense, you know? If your teammate's running someone for that long and all the gens get done, like, play it out for the love of God, you know? Yes, we can be ugly. What do you mean? Mine looks amazing. Why are you calling my Meg ugly, bro? Chucky. Nobody guessed that. Where did they go down? For the love of God. Metal has a thing where you can have your controller inputs in the bottom of a clip. Oh, cool. Yeah, it automatically opened. Why? Oh my God, guys. It automatically opened. I'm not gonna get my last stand up. This gonna take too long. Hey, it's a Twitchy. It's a US Twitchy, guys. I'm on NA. Who could it be? Controller. Yeah, so I need to look into that. So after stream, maybe. Oh my god, everybody's just dying. Can we stop doing this? Yeah, we're gonna need to figure it out and set it up. Oh, they got hook farmed. Okay, GG's, fun time. How's everyone dying so fast? It's me. Okay. You don't even own the Tiffany skin. It gave me a pop-up message and I was like, wait, that's great. I read that, Jill. It gave me the same pop-up, but I barely understand what the app is, what the tool is. So I was like, I'll check that later. I'm a moonwalk and you'll see your controller inputs. Nice. So I can learn how to do moonwalks. It's not hard, show you later, thank you. It says... I think that when you see it, you'll stop trying to moonwalk. Or at least that one I do with the camera. You think? You know what's interesting to me? How people saying shush to their fellow gamers when they're in chase. Even when nobody's saying anything. I do not like this trend. I do not like this trend. People are saying shush for shush. I was, it's a thing. It should not be a thing. I'll be honest, guys. Like, it's incredibly rude to your teammates. I find it very disrespectful, especially saying it when nobody's talking. Well, I saved Hex, so we can at least account for that. You need to go. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you can't curve that, baby. She's even ignoring the person on the gen. Oh my god, she's got forever entwined or something. It was a good effort, and I think that was Hex going for the save. He got lucky that he didn't get clocked there. People say shush when they solo queue. It needs to stop. I am not going to ever do that. You're welcome. Oh my god. What is this? Play style. What am I witnessing here? I'm gonna make distance. I'm gonna keep distance. No, 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 no! I hate my life. I think shushing someone is extremely fucking rude. I 100% agree with you, Loft. I 100% agree. And I really don't think it should be a thing. Your candy to the Switchy. Everybody is Death Hook broke. Like, what the fuck? They're trying to play fair by going for me because everybody's dead already when we're all death hook at 4 gens. That's what's happening right now. Fucking hell. I get the shush if you're in chase and people yapping, but randomly, yes. And also when nobody's talking. It's very, very annoying. I asked, so I'm in Team Solus, right? I haven't played with them in 2 months since I got told off that I wasn't allowed to play because I'm a girl. But their team captain was doing it. And I asked him about it, and I said something about them saying shush when even nobody's there. They're letting a Hex go. And he said his literal words were, well, everybody's doing it. Like, all the big comp players are doing it. And I'm like, that doesn't mean that you should be doing it. All the big rangers are doing it. What? Bro, that proves you're even more of a moron than I thought you were. Well, everybody's doing it. Yeah. People should not be doing it. I've been lurking and I'm confused. Like saying shush? Yeah. So it's I think the concept, if you think about it, comes from people generally feel that they need to focus on their chase. when they're in chase, right? People are struggling to focus when there's other people yapping in your ear. What is this? Is this claustrophobia? So I think what happened at some point is people started shushing people when they're in chase. Nice. I see. Maybe it's crowd control. No, I should have had a Hex up. Well, fuck me, I guess. No, I was doubling back. So it's like I could be in this chase and you could be whether it's you're just starting a story like, oh, I played it against a Chucky yesterday and they were toxic, or even if it's in-game comms, like even if it's in-game comms, like I'm on a gen or check gen is 99, whatever it is, I could go shush because I'm in chase and I need to focus. So that it's becoming a trend. I'm seeing it. I saw it first in comp, obviously, where I can sort of maybe still understand it. Especially if people are yapping in your ear, right? Because you want to focus. Even though I still think in a team-oriented game, I don't think it has a place. But I'm seeing people doing it outside of comp now. So I'm watching people that are just streaming or people that are gaming with their friends now going shush when they're in chase. If somebody shush me, I'd lose my shit. It's so disrespectful. If I'm being told to shush jokingly, then that's fine. Otherwise, absolutely not. Yeah, I agree with you, Loft. I am with you on this. Since these just people, since these just people on Discord, unless it's like a comp thing, like just don't PC with people. I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you, V. I'm with you. I got the game way louder in the comms, which makes me sometimes not properly hear the comms, but I wouldn't have to say shush because I hear the game just fine. Yes, that's also a solution, right? Dipshits. It was Forever Entwined. Super chill Twitch streamer. They were good. I mean, the team wasn't up for this. That's one thing. I think if we had a different team, we would have given them a different game. But they were very nice to be chill. It's James. James! Coerce. Anybody know Coerce? James. Or Coerce. Let's drop a follow. They are gaming this gamer. Yes, dipshits. Wait, no, the streamer is called Coerce. Their in-game name was Dipshits. It's a duo name. My duo is Dumbass. They're over at they're over at Hex's stream. Send you a clip I just made real quick so you can see the controller overlay what I'm doing. Okay, okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. When it's super competitive or you have to lock in, I get asking people to pause their story. Yeah, but that makes sense. But be polite about it. Yeah, it's people are just now saying it randomly. I think people are doing it just because it becomes this sort of like, you know, like a habit sort of thing. Not because it means anything anymore. I find it very annoying. It just seems like Toxic Streamer BS. Yeah. I think it has no place in the game. I have to say the first time that I really encountered it was when I was playing with Lullaby. It was my tryout, mind you, with the French team. And Nasty has a habit of doing it because she likes to focus and chase, with which there's nothing wrong. But the problem for me was the person that was IGLing was a little bit unsure and shy. So I like to make call-outs to help the team. And also, the team wants to know about me, right? Like, when you're gaming together, when someone's in chase and I go, I'm on a gen at 9, they need to know this information. I'm not just making a story. I'm not talking for the sake of talking. I am literally giving information to help us as a team progress the game. And to get shushed out of giving basic information that you're supposed to give to perform as a team, I don't understand. I don't understand. I would just yell, everyone shut the fuck up. Yeah. Claire comes! Yeah, I think it's a very bad habit. I think it's a very bad habit. It's actually funny, because I've seen this happen to Invictus, where Spitz was giving a call out, but the person in Chase needed to hear got shushed. Person goes down and yell after the part. Yeah, for that part of the information. Exactly. I would just be like, I need to listen for a second. Yeah. And once you play more together, you should know, right? I know now that when Nesty is in Chase, my comms need to be minimal. And then she doesn't need to shush nobody. Hi, cool. Welcome in. I hope you're playing Knight, because I've guessed Knight in the in the raffle. But have good luck, have fun. I hope you're enjoying the event. It's I know it's a rough time. Guys, I'm getting a call. I'll be right back.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Just Me Deem rated your channel with 9 viewers.
Jamie, thank you for the raid. Sorry, I got a phone call. How was GTA treating you? I hope you had a good time. Welcome in. How was the tournament? Yeah, good. So we won Shelly's tournament over the weekend. I'm leaving this lobby, by the way. I don't know why we're all suddenly just throwing the game like a madman. I'm over it. This is not a fun way to play for me. The tournament was great. We played the Shelly's tournament on Saturday, which we won. And then over the weekend, I played in Elf's Slugfest, which we made it to the quarterfinal, but we didn't advance. But I had a really good time. It was a very, very big adventure. So it was very grateful to get an opportunity to play. How was GTA? I don't know where he's trapped, guys. Oh my god. This is Infinite Health State Farm. Can I... Oh, I guess it's not infinite. I don't understand what's happening. Angie, hi, welcome in. Good to see you again. How's your Monday going? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Just putting it out there, if you have to be saying shush because you can't focus and you don't know how to be polite and calm, you shouldn't be in PC with other people who are playing competitively. That's also a good point, V. I think we're all in alignment here. It was fun. You got some stuff done, so yay! Hey yo, let's go. I am glad. I'm glad. Thank you so much for taking your community here. I really appreciate it. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Dame and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I love playing Dead by Daylight. I have 19 P100s. I'm a survivor main. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting, and I work in a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're well. Your day just started. It's going good so far. I figured as soon as I said I hope you're having a good day, I realized it's still the morning for you. But yeah, good to see you again. Spooky's gonna die. Why did they not unhook her? They're just staring at the hook. And now she's gonna die. Oh, she's trying to die. I am confused on so many levels, but I am dipping from this lobby. I'm so annoyed right now. You know what, gamer? Let's just do the gym. Can you move out the way, please? Fuck. Not this trapper sweating his ass off as well, like... It's 7 AM. What time is it for you? It's 4 PM actually. So you're we have a hell of a gap of a time difference. Oh. Well, they didn't come to mess around. And meanwhile, my team is not playing. Nice. Did he find me? Oh, this... It's, There's random traps everywhere. Where is the little... Nothing here. Okay, this is where... This is completely a different place, okay. No totems here. I just check edge map. There's a gen here at edge map, hello? No totems. Is it in main? I wonder what he knows about this main building, guys. Is he trapping shit? Is he trapping shit? He is. I think he knows a thing or two about this main building. There's no gen here, it's the table. He definitely trapped something. He didn't. I'm so confused. Locker, 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 locker. It was in shack, completely trapped. Unlucky. Head tried here though. I deserve it after all this. That dessert sound annoys the fuck out of me. Are you kidding me? GG, well played. I'm done! GG's. I'm over it. They're crying about the perk choices for the event mode. Oh. Right. GG, cool, well played. You're a very, very mean trapper. GG, Stat Devour. I hope took us completely by surprise. I hope you enjoy the event and have some amazing games. Who's on, gamers? Does anybody want to play? The game is wrapping up. Cool. I don't know what lobby we're on. Are we playing event? We're playing normal. I've got about a little over an hour. Yes, you will. 5th win in a row. It's going wonderful. Hey, yo, let's go. Those are some big numbers. Love to see it. Love to see it. You're done? Nice. We're on event, by the way. Ew. Yes, you're gonna have to boot, love. We'll play, we'll play regular. Yeah, we're on the fence. Who cares, Jill? Who cares? Let's get some heal states going. The killer is gonna heart tunnel me? Does. Yeah. I've got reassurance. I got reassurance, gamer. Put that shit on. Oni! Yes, Brooke, come. We'll play an hour of regular full Swift if you guys want to. Shut up, Loft. Brooke, you're welcome. More than welcome. Nice, they got them Jill's Hell State. The Dwight. And we're 2 people on gens. That's what I like to see. Dwight's freaking out about the unhook. Gamer, I've got him on the reassurance. Don't worry about it. Can you go inside main? Please? Yeah, now main needs 2 more plates. Like... What am I gonna do about it? Can I grab another thing from here? Yes! Okay. Stop coughing. It's so bad today, Loft. It's so bad today. I'm really annoyed. I might die, you know. You're gonna have to find a new teammate. Who would you pick though if I died? Like, be honest. It better be someone good at the game. We do it again, we do it again. If Jill goes down, we go again. I couldn't pick anyone. There's literally no one that could replace you. Loft. What the fuck? Don't pick me. I suck at the game. There we go. New hell state for Gilio Star. I think he's out of power. But V, you know what? You're the best Sharky in the Marvel Rivals ever. So for the Rivals, I suggest they pick you to replace me as a healer. It is true. It is true. Oh. Yeah, I forget that I can't just keep putting the stuff on there. I forget, guys. Is this gen done? No. Did you see my tweet, Loft? Oh, now I have a new. I can set a new table. I'm going between the gen and the table. I think that's the right way to go. Out of power. That's very unlucky. Bane resonance. I think it's 1 plate short. Yes. Okay. Somebody save this man. And I... Oh! He's broken. Fuck! I didn't... It was Delhi. I didn't realize until it was too late that it was Delhi, guys. Oh my god! I know, I took it off, Brooke, but it's because when I'm in solo queue, I don't make it to end game, like, ever. Not because I'm shit, but because the team is not teaming. It's just, the team is not teaming, you know. So I took it off. He doesn't know I'm here. What does he know about me? Nice speed boost. Endurance. I almost had him too. You can relate, because teammates never do gens, especially on the event, bro. Holy, all of the saves. Nobody got it. Oh shit, it was such a good idea to go for a quick unhook. Nah, I was dying every game, bro. It was pointless. Okay, this went from really funny to we're going to lose this game. I need to switch up your build. I'm so bored of what I have, but I feel like I need it. Yeah, I know that feeling. I've definitely it's definitely been very refreshing to try some new builds. Boon build, boon build. Could be good. Does he have the S? He does! It's the S play, it's the S play, hold on. We got him out of power with that. Listen, I have to protect myself, Brooke. Look at the state of this game. Shit! Sometimes I just have to put myself first, bro. You know how it is. We need to find another gen to do because he's all over this gen. Oh my god. Is it a 3-gen? Because there's one right here. just dying. GG's. What a disappointing game after all that. I fucking hate Oni and Power, you know. JJ got the karma. Damn. Did it have to end like this? We were having so much fun, and then that is hell. I was just going to heal in main. I have no points. I'm a flop. Sad times. Alright. Ad time. Yes, let's run an ad and we make this new lobby. And then we'll see Jill when he's out of the game as well. Gamers, we're going to run an ad real quick. We'll be right back. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. I appreciate your support. And we're going to run it now before we go into the next game. Now. You already here? Brooke, it all went to shit. Invitation failed. We fucked it up, gamer. Everything got fucked up. Gilio stars here. Are you getting these invites, gamer? Let's go. Okay, we're on normal. Now I'm trying to remember what my normal build is. It's this. Is it? Yes. Wait, I have to play Jonah because I have 1,000 normal cakes on Jonah. Yes, this is it gonna be. Okay, I'm ready. This is it. Yeah, the boots are fire, Jill. I guess you didn't see the boots, Loft, when you were complaining about Jill's fit. Look at the boots. They are fire. I never complained. I said we should talk about it. Okay, gamer. You just live in your own little world, don't you? Gamers, thanks everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'm having a lot of fun today. It's been a little bit of a different kind of day. I feel because I had some solo queue and then we joined Hex. And it was just some different type of games. But I'm really happy that I'm back from traveling, back to streaming and gaming. And thanks everyone for hanging out. Robbed of a 20% BPGG. Hey, I only took 1% less, okay? That's all I did. I'm always so disoriented in this map. Okay, that's where the shrine is, and it's nice. Jen over here, Jen over here. Everybody's doing gens except me. Just the way it's supposed to be. I'm going main. Hey! Yes, we can blame Brooke. Bro, how many legions is that today? He's still with Jill. Or is Jill with the Legion? That's also possible. Holy Jonah was very scared of falling down. What, Avian? Do we know this person? Brooke loves someone else. My heart broken. Oh. Well, Brooke, you're gonna have to answer for yourself later. How are you, Avian? Did you end up playing some more games? I saw you hanging out over at Slay's as well. Oh, you spun her? Okay. We love to see them skills, Jill. I was going to say, I don't remember the last time I spawned a killer, but I literally spawned a Jason yesterday. poor fucker was so lost. Tried to spear me, didn't he? It was unsuccessful. Hey yo, Glenny! Thank you for the 30 stream streak! Let's go! How are you, Glenny? And just in time as well for the daily doggo treats. Thank you for the 60! Oh my god, my cough is so bad, you guys. I've literally just woken up. It's in time, it's in time. We're in the last hour. Talking about fucked up sleep schedules. You were up all night playing Bubba? That doesn't sound healthy, gamer. Oh, they're unlocked. And they're out of power. They're still unlocked. I save. I get my altruism. Why do I feel like I'm in chase? Because I almost was in chase. He doesn't see me! I have to go. Okay, I have no patience. I was just jumping. Micah, he is so ridiculous with the spit on the event. Yeah. I mean, there's several gamers. Yeah, I bet, Glenny. You just poison them and then the chainsaw comes in and they have nowhere to go, right? That's the idea. And you've been up all night making people miserable. And you're here saying that proudly. I'm confused. If I was any good with a chainsaw, I would jump on that shit, but I literally won't. Because I'm embarrassed myself. Bamboozle? Yes. I don't think that was ever gonna hit, gamer. I'm gonna be honest. Gamer. That was a little painful. It was a little painful. someone did it to you on Billy, so I thought to myself, you know, this might work on Baba. That's big brain plays, Glenny. That's big brain plays, I'm gonna be honest. She goes power, runs past locker, and gets head on out of power? Jesus, Jill, you might be him. You just might be him. Clipping everything? Go for it. Maybe I can clip my chase. I don't know. I'm not really a chase clipper. It's because I don't look behind me half the time. So... Wait, what? Oh shit. She'll never know. We have a 3-gen on this side. Micah, I got called something yesterday in endgame chat. Your jaw dropped. I don't know, this Legion, guys. It's something else. Oh my god! Nah! He's so confused! This Legion. Is she done? Oh. She's not done. Oh, wrong way. Oh, well, I almost spun her. It's a long way to go, gamers. Yeah. Jill, do you have another gate ready? Or are you with us? Jill's at the other gate, guys. If she... There's no way she makes it to Jill. I don't think there's a way she makes it to Jill. Do we need to leave for hatch? Shit! I thought you had a gate, Jill. Should we have left for hatch? No, it's cakes all around. Okay, we go back in. Brock's in it for him, guys. It's clear. Yeah, I know you were behind us, but I thought you were going for another gate. Yeah, he's on me, he's on me, he's on me, Loft. In power. Oh, it's untouched? Ah, I thought there was 2 gates open. Oh, you went power, so you ran away. I thought you had an alternative. Sometimes you gotta put yourself first. We literally just talked about that last game. It's kind of funny. GG. Well done, guys. Yeah, I also thought it was an air game, but it could have been me. It could have been bad comms, guys. It was bad comms. Oh my god. This poor Legion. Yeah. Well, GG's. Next game. Adrenaline, guys. I was so taken aback by the whole thing. That I ran into a rock. You 99 to jam because you're amending. Oh, I had no idea. Usually I'm on the other side of this. Usually I'm like, oh, let me 99 the gen. So that we can get Loftus Adrenaline. You asked me a question. I just loaded in. I did, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, I asked you about games and you're doing good? Okay, good. See you at the floor and you were like, it's time. Brooks Games crashed. GG. GG, DVD crashed. So we closed the game, yeah? I mean, we're not loading into this. We already know that. Because you don't start the game with a bot. I don't think. Maybe you saved me from a gut face? Maybe you did. At least you saved us from a killer that brought an escape cake. I think that's a good start. Let me find out who the killer was. Yes, you let us know. You keep us posted. New lobby. Escape cake dodge. Right? Wesker on Gideon. You can't take my Weskers from me, guys. How many times do I have to tell you? A 100 ping Wesker, I saved you? Okay, maybe. I just found out that Jim Carrey died yesterday. No way, did he actually? I was literally just talking about him, this weekend. Such an icon. Who's here? Who's joining? No one's here. Is my lobby bugged or is it you? I saw Loft earlier and now I don't see anyone. Oh. It's doing weird stuff. You're trying to reboot. Saving me from a Wesker. I'm gonna marry this man. You and me are not the same person, Loft. I requested to join. Nothing came up for me, gamer. Now I see you. There we are, the whole team. Bro, what is with you and the shirts? Does Jonah have a shirt and do I buy it? Is that what's happening right now? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm trying to read up in the news. I don't see anything. V? Iron Maiden shirts are the best. Yes, they go with everything. You leave Jill alone. He can do whatever. Oh, here comes the Sable. Any decisions that Jill makes from here on out with this Sable, it's you guys' fault. Apparently, fake Wikipedia. Oh, disregard. Yeah, I was looking and I was like, I don't see it. Oh, you hate a snipe on a survivor that went invisible W me. Yeah, I love that, Avian. I'm sad to say I was a victim of that earlier against the Jason. I also got clocked in invisibility. It was embarrassing as hell. That's embarrassing. GG's, Avian. I mean, I have the old cake. That's it. That's the most Sable thing I've ever done. Joe getting more than the exit gates. We're going up, up, up. It's our moment. Can't believe I got well about your day then. Ignore. I mean, if you see it and we're here chatting, it doesn't matter bringing it up. I mean, regardless of whether he's dead or alive, he is an icon still. Let me take the dead art gets worried. Yeah, iconic, Sable. Alright. You take him! Joke's on you, Brooke. Joke is on you. Oh, third seal? Let me check the ramp here. Thrill? Oh man, I don't have counterpurse on this build. I know Loft doesn't like it when I cleanse the totems, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh, please don't come here. Something's gone. I have a quick look. What else? Nothing here. Undying? Bad ping. Okay. That's a whole lot of stuff to deal with in one game. One's in front of your hook. Dull. Oh man, that gen must have been so close. You have Resi, right? You cleanse that totem real quick. Pentimento. It's up the ramp. It's not Ruin. Interesting choices. I need to go back to Brooks' gen, because that gen was like... Oh, he's right there. Okay, good job, good job. Hey, Gummy!
Attention Alien Army, we do have a
Thank you so
raid
much for the
incoming.
raid!
I
Welcome
repeat,
in!
a
Hi,
raid
Jojo!
incoming.
You're wow? Oh, thank you! Gummy, how was your stream? How was DVD treating you
Commissarian
today?
rated your channel with 15 viewers.
Welcome in! It's so nice to see you. I appreciate you taking the community here. Gamers, if you came in with the raid... Hi, Martine. DVD was DVD. It always is. Hi, Sam. Welcome in. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cough. And my voice is a little bit strange. Welcome in if you came in with the raid with Commie and you don't know who I am. My name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I love playing Dead by Daylight. I have 19 P100s. I'm a survivor main. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. And I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in. I lost you. You played the event, which was really fun. It can be so much fun, isn't it? I'm glad you had a fun time. I hope you had a great weekend as well. We played some tourneys ourselves. We played Sea Shelly's Summer Wipeout Tournament. Which we ended up winning. Oh, I'm sorry. Which was a really good time. And we played Super Elves Slugfest, which was a very difficult tourney, but really interesting. We made it to the quarterfinals. That was with a different team. Gilio hit his dead hard. I should maybe be on a gen. I'm such an animal lover. I am. I'm also dog sitting right now. And I have to go feed this cat, so I'm ending stream in about half an hour. Because I'm also cat sitting today. I'm doing a lot of animal jobs over the summer. I don't think he's here. Oh, he's definitely somewhere. Upstairs. Okay. I do this, Jen? Okay, hold on. Brooke is cooking on something. He said do this, Jen. He's gonna make a miracle. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 2, Komi. Lovely. I was dog sitting a couple weeks ago. Nice. What type of dog? Works well for me. Since I don't could have your own dog 100%. It's the same for me, Komi. It's you get a lot of the joys of having a dog without having to look after a dog for like 15 years, you know? You like gens more than me. That is so true, Brooke. That is so true. I love doing gens. I'm annoyed. I'm also surprised. I can still do this, Jen. Kumi, I understand if you need to go raid and run and have dinner. There you go. Gotta find some dinner, so we'll lurk for a bit. But thank you again so much for the raid. Have a lovely, wonderful dinner. Read your mind. Yes, it is dinner time. I'm getting quite hungry myself, actually. Yeah, but for everyone that came in with the raid, you're welcome to hang out here. And if you would like to talk about DBD, if you have any questions about the gameplay, or if you just want to share who is your main and whether you play Survivor or Killer, please do let me know. I'd love to hear about you. V has a question. Alright, V, what's your question? Is it why I'm not hooked, whether my team is dying? It's because I'm cracked, V. Oh, there's no way that hits. Oh, I don't make it. And I got stuck on nothing! What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? I don't even know what those words mean, V. Why are you making me look bad on my stream? I want to talk about DBD! But thank you for your question. If anybody knows the answer, please let us know. What is the airspeed velocity of a baby Dwight running to the nearest locker? 2. The answer is 2. Two airspeeds. I don't know, gamer. Fair? Oh, no hook? Yeah, I'll run. GG, no hook. I'm convinced he's at the gen. Don't cleanse. It's thrill. Ah. Thank you. Hi, Brendan. Welcome in. How are you? How's it going? It's going really well. I was playing the event earlier. My goodness. If you get a squad that's on top of those cakes with the table, you pull off an insane amount of heals mid-chase. It's disgusting. Like, if I was a killer player, I would not be playing the event. But for Survivor, it's a lot of fun. It's so good for Survivor. Especially people that are on top of it. And also, I mean, I like to play events because it takes a little bit away from, you know, the normal grind. You're queuing killer now, you're normal? Yeah, that makes sense. Unless you hit your poison, right? And you play like one hit. Oh, he's not here. GG. You play. Glenny was mentioning earlier. You're out? Yes. When you play Baba and you know how to hit your poison hits on the survivors, it's GG basically. But yeah, other than that, normal queue is better. Yeah, but we also switched to normal queue now, just for the last hour of the stream. 4-manning. Having all the fun, you know how it is. You've not tried killer on it? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. He will make it penta. Yes, Brooke. Thank you for letting me know. That was a good idea. What does Jill know about adrenaline? Well, the poison can be good with certain killers. Yeah, with certain killers, or when you're like zoning them, right? I've seen good synergy. Ghostface, if you can expose exactly. So if you're a one-shot killer or a legion, we've seen a legions do it too, and you cancel power, and it's just just GG. Now, who let Brandon in? This chat just got so much hotter. Well, you know how it is. How are you guys? How is you guys' apartment with the heat, Brandon? Are you guys hanging in there? I know it's a little bit cooler today, I think, in UK. Netherlands, it started cool down yesterday as well. And today is definitely more comfortable. How are things your end? And awful last week. It's cooled down here until next week. Yeah, yeah. These heat waves are not for us, our European countries. Oh, it's been insanely warm. It's been a struggle. It's crazy that I can't make a TikTok out of this because I dead hard thinking he would throw his spear, but he was holding, so I looked dumb. The whole chase after doesn't even matter at that point. Comments are gonna destroy me. Yeah, you have to be clever about the TikToks, eh? I was really thinking, so I made a TikTok this morning, right? About the how to counter the poison with Fixated. It's not done as well as I was hoping. It's because nobody's playing the event, isn't it? Yeah, anyway, Brendan, I appreciate you coming to say hi. I hope you have good games. And, ooh. A good stream, whether it's today or later this week. All of the killer mains I know are on the normal mode again. Yeah, that makes sense. To me. I don't mind it from Survivor, obviously, for a little bit of variety. Oh my god, what? Myers! Oh, this is such a bad gen for me to be on when it's a Myers. Bro, I haven't seen a Myers since I've been back from Montreal. Who plays Myers? Oh, he's here. I need to go. I don't know where he is. I'm leaving. Oh my god, I juked the fuck out of him. He doesn't have a TR. Is he? Does he never have a TR in this early? I don't know. I'm gonna go back to my gen. Gamers, if you don't follow Brandon, please go check him out. Amazing creator. Plays both sides, survivor and killer. And always a good time hanging out there if you want to go drop a follow. The link is in the chat. I thought it was a good video. You're too kind, bro. I was gonna destroy Brandon in his latest TikTok, marching backwards and forwards, waving his arms about. Loft, why you gotta be mean to our friends? Don't do that. Is he gonna change to me? Yes. No. Holy shit, that's a lot of words to describe a perk. Pain rest, clock back the turn. Got it, got it, got it. We have a lot of gens with progress here though. Like insane. You're still on the event? Nah, W. Oh! Now he wants loft. They always do. Why didn't you go for the pellets? Why didn't you go for the pellets? I hate it when they clock back the turn. I know, V. They should not be doing that. Hard tunneling and sweating your ass off. That's the thing that I was saying. 4K at 4 on average. So I feel like playing killer on the event is like killer on nightmare mode or something. It's like if you want to test yourself, but you have to sweat like crazy. Bro, his tracking is shit. He's following my scratch marks. That's some excellent Myers gaming. Yeah, it's a challenge. That's the way you... If you see it like a challenge, it's like punching yourself in the balls and see if you can still walk a yeah, a tightrope. Yes. Exactly. Really, it's sweat stupid hard or get called a dog. Or near how easy the game was in endgame chat. I know, in an insanely survivor-sided game mode. Yeah, there's no in between. Yeah. Nah, the hard tunnel is insane. Well, good effort. Loft gets taken out. Oh. No. Jill gets taken out. I don't know. Yeah, someone tried to body block me while they were invincible. I went into omnipresent mode, and because they stood still, your host injured them through invincibility. Whoa, that's a demonic play. That's so cool, Avian. You always so on top of your shit, like knowledge-wise, with this game. Very impressive. Well, fuck me. Yeah, this is not good because there's probably no pellet. I mean, I have a snake tail. There's 2 gens here still. Fuck. Well, GG's. Oh, it's the last gen. That's good. GG on the P100 mag. Thank you, Glenny. I popped my first one. We got my 20 prestiges. What does Jill know about Adrenaline, Brooke? Did you find out after the last game what Jill knows about Adrenaline? He still doesn't know. No, he doesn't know. He didn't know. We take the 2-man out, right? He'll never learn? Look at me moonwalking, guys. I'm so good. GG's. Thank you, Jess. Guys, look at me moonwalking! I can do it! I'm learning, I'm learning. Pika won't read my text, but he'll look on Twitter. Oh. W fucking moonwalks. What's text? Okay, LG gamers. Next time I'll die sooner, so I'll come through the gym. Adrenaline against the one-shot Myers, by the way. Very helpful. The speed boost, Jill! The speed boost! You're on PC, if that makes sense, Jess. Oh. Yeah, so we got P100 mag. So we're working on the next one. We've got Dwight 75. Talita is still on 80? Maybe I did 81. Yeah, 81. Oh! And we're what? 5 days into the event? Jess, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 29. Piggy, you forgive him? I mean, it seems only fair, Jess. I'm gonna be honest. Thank you for the dance. Nothing in life is fair, Micah. Okay. Fine. I heard that they sort of fixed the cakes and that you're guaranteed like a few more, and also doing the auto leveling is better getting them, but it's still significantly less than previous years. Yes, V. For me, on average, it's 10 per full prestige. So we used to get between 28 and 32, averaging 30 per full prestige, and now it's between 17 and 21, maybe 22. Whether you do it manual or the bulk spend. Lazy was in here earlier, and they knew someone that did like a spreadsheet calculation situation, and they said, which is a lot bigger number than what I know, 7 times less. Hey, you got enough points for P100 Ghoul now? Let's go! Jill, you're gonna be one of those gamers with a P100 Ghoul. I should have brought reassurance. Well... I'm on the fixated. Yes, the ghoul, the ghoul. We all know him. Maybe I don't go there. Maybe I check for totems. And why? I mean... Oh, he changed to me for yeah, that was not ever gonna hit. No, no, no. Oh, good shot. Can he, like, break this door or something? Why are we... I think he's on the gen, no? Let's see what we can find here. We found the Gilio. Undying Dollar Circus? Okay. It's very low. It's very low. Unlucky. Penny Res. Apparently once you are P100 cakes are more common. Yes. That's true. That is true, V. There are more cakes when you do it on P100s, but I'm literally getting characters to P100, so yeah, GG's. He has coffee add-on to get haste after a spike? Does it have to be a spike hit, or is it after a spike throw? I don't know about that add-on. You guys are always so much more knowledgeable than me. Teach me everything. I know Maine had a lot of progress. Behavior literally has no idea if they want people getting P100s or not. I think, yeah. Yeah. I still think the majority of people like to play their 1 or 2 characters that they got P100 because it's their main. And, oh, I take a hit here. Unlucky. You keep putting points, sorry, you keep putting points into them. He's M1 now. Fuck! Unlucky. Nice dodge, Jill. Jill, nice dodge. No, him and his chains are faking this. Is it MFT though? Do I have to take this hit? No, I don't. Thank you, Jill. Jill, Jill. Yes. This gen was almost done. Unlucky. Where's Piggy? I don't know. Probably being atrocious playing Bubba against some people. Thank you. Oh shit. Sorry, bro. This is 3 gen. Nasty. Nasty work. We don't talk about this round? Sorry, Brooke. You got stuck on nothing? Same thing happened to me on Midwich. Where are you going? I guess he doesn't know. You're playing Baba? I told you, Jess. He's bullying. Can't believe you didn't upload the bot. Oh no. Jess, did you miss out on your stream streak? Atrocious behavior. Glenny, you need to be there for your fans. It was a 30-something streak, that sucked. Connected speed add-on is also called coffee, really? I don't know about fresh coffee. I don't know about the add-on names. I only know what they do. Every Kaneki uses its... Oh, the purple 14% speed. Jill, I tried to do your tech walking through the ghoul after he faulted you with your pallets. I fucking died, didn't I? I was unsuccessful, to say the least. Is bro camping this? I'm sticking my gen. He's reassured now. There we go. Teamwork. You saw him appear next to Hook and he went over to the window in ultra slow-mo? Oh. I feel like when I play Jason, sometimes it's like ultra slow-mo. How about I don't go over there? We can practice scrims with everyone so everyone knows how to do it. Yeah, that's a good idea. 4K on RPD as Baba? Let's go, Glenny. Fuck. He was on Brooke. Brooke's gen was almost done. You had a teabagging and clicking your gin. I just poisoned her and watched her walk easy down. Ah, mistakes. The mistakes people make, Glenny. That must have been very satisfying. Just in the case, I do a gen. Gamers, this is your last chance to redeem your Daily Doggo treat if you want it. We're gonna end the stream after this. I guess. Oh, never mind. I have 8 procedures to do on Michonne today. Okay, okay. Well, you just woke up, so you've got the whole night ahead of you to do that, right? I have scrims in an... Oh, 30 minutes. Oops. Oh, the 3 gens at Shack? Okay. Well, I'm still gonna progress a bit of main here. While Locke keeps him busy. Well, can somebody take hits? No, everybody's injured. I'm almost at Adren. For everyone. Except Jill. Okay. Okay. I wonder what the deal is. You guys out. Oh, he's here. Jill, Jill, Jill. Holy. I guess I'm leaving without a medkit. Oh. Thank you. He's gonna spear you! Jill! Jill, you're gonna die. Oh, you want your medkit, Jill. Jill, you're crazy. That's funny. We can't leave without our medkits. Thank you, Jill. That's insane. GG's, gamers. Well done. W fucking gaming. Jill agreed. Oh my god. Good job. You only have 300 left. Fair enough, fair enough. I understand. Gamers, thank you so much for the games. This was a lot of fun. I really appreciate it. Such a good stream, guys. We got P100 Mac today. We got to game with all sorts of people. Such a good day. Okay, let me see who we're gonna raid. Should we go Lynxie? She's playing Mina. Why not? Let's go say hi to our friends, the people we met in Montreal. Please join me in the raid. Thank you for the games. No, thank you. Always W games. Always W games. Thanks everyone for hanging out. It was an absolute pleasure. Gamers, I'll be back tomorrow. I can't stream on Wednesday. So we'll be back tomorrow. What did I say? 1 p.m. maybe? Tomorrow afternoon. I'm back. And then we have time to do some, to do a lot of games. As opposed to Mondays when I have to raid out because cat sitting and scrims. No, thank you all for hanging out. Thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for hanging out, for chatting, chilling, lurking. It's been an absolute pleasure. Komi, thank you for the raid. Thanks everyone for the stream streaks. Damie, thank you for the raid. Thanks everyone for the follows. Emmy, thank you so much for the raids early on. I really, really appreciate it. It was wonderful meeting you this weekend. Have an amazing rest of your day. You too, Angie. Take care, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Even when the matches go all wrong, wholesome vibes never fake. But if you look, that's a mistake. We sweat for hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No